Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, members. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill 27, Municipalities Enabling and Validating Number 5 Amendment Act 2024. Shall Clause 1 pass? Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I want to just make a couple of opening comments if I can. First off, we have Wendy Peterson and the SRO Collaborative are in the house, as they say. They're in the building. There's people with lived experience who live in SROs in the downtown east side who will be in the room today witnessing our discussion and our deliberations. They'll be coming in 15 inside, 15 outside, and then they'll be rotating just to keep efficiency, and I think it's pretty awesome that the collaborative decided to bring people that are living in SROs here to hear about an important decision that is being made about their community and impacting them. And so I want to start by welcoming them. I want to just make a couple of comments around comments that were made by various members in the second reading debate. Although my critic and I disagree on many things, I think we agree on something which is fundamental, which is everyone should have the ability to live in a home that has all the necessities in it. And I think I heard that in the debate. I tried to filter out all the negative comments towards me, but I know the member's heart is pure when it comes to this topic that we're both passionate about. I think for the record, I'll say that the member made comments around the challenges of vacancy control when it's done on wholesale level. And I want to say that we certainly listened to our 2018 Rental Task Force report, which had members from the NDP as well as the Green Party on it, which heard from stakeholders talking about how this would discourage a certain type of housing if it was done for purpose-built rentals or across society. At a time when we need to dramatically increase housing, that would be certainly a challenge. But that being said, we are moving away from SROs. We are not trying to encourage any more SROs. And so this situation of vacancy control for SROs in this target area is unique and different than an initiative that perhaps would be considered by someone province-wide. So I wanted to put that on the record, that I understand the impact it may have if this kind of policy was done broadly in a time when we don't have enough housing available, and that's what the 2018 Rental Task Force made clear. And so that's one important thing. There was lots of discussions about renovations and protecting vulnerable people. The leader of the Green Party actually made a couple of comments that I want to perhaps I wouldn't say correct, because I wouldn't dare correct them, the leader of the Green Party, but just say that I disagreed with some of the premises of her comments. We have taken steps such as putting in protections for renovictions. I shared with the House leader of the Green Party the fact that we had, I believe, 35 applications for people renovating their properties and wanting to evict people because of that. Only 9 happened in British Columbia because of the changes we made requiring a pre-approval process to happen for an application from a landlord to be made before the process happens. So I think that's an important stat. Second, of course, the member knows that we've taken steps when it comes to protecting people around wrongful evictions and in particular addressing the personal use piece. So there's been a lot of things put in place to protect vulnerable people, and I think that was not reflected in the comments of the leader of the Green Party. I'll go into what we've done on the downtown east side as far as housing goes. There were comments also made by the Green Party leader around the importance of expanding tiny homes like the ones in our community. Now, I think it's important to note that we funded those projects. We have done that now in Kelowna, in Campbell River and Victoria. So we are expanding that type of housing for vulnerable people and communities. With that, I know that the time is limited and happy to take any questions.
Recognizing the member from West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if the Minister and the Chair will indulge, if I can have some, I guess we'll call them opening comments, which is, I don't normally do on a bill, but this is probably my last time I'm going to stand and speak. This is something that is important to me. The minister and I do agree on many things. I mean, fundamentally, we need to make sure that people are safely housed. We might have different, pathways to get there, but I think ultimately we want to land in the same place. I want to say something I haven't said in this House before, and I would like to, I don't know if Wendy is here, but the folks who are down here from the SRO advocacy group, I'd just like to welcome you here. I'm very pleased that you have an opportunity to come in and to hear democracy at its best, or I don't know if it's best or it's worst sometimes, but at least you see it. And I would like to say, and I'll try and be as succinct as I can, Madam Chair, I would like to say we're going to have questions today as opposition members. And some of the questions I think you'll appreciate, and some of the questions you might not appreciate. But I just want to clarify, we're here to support you as opposition, but it's also our job to ask questions that may from the outside sound like difficult questions, or you may wonder why those questions are being asked. It's part of the process that we go through here. So I would just wanted to kind of set the table for that. And I also would just like to say to the minister and really to the House, when I first moved here to Vancouver, I came on a Greyhound bus. The reason I chose to come to Vancouver is because the bus fare was too expensive to get to Toronto, and so I ended up getting, off the bus in downtown. And my first place that I lived in downtown was at the corner of Hastings and Carroll, and I lived there for almost 2 years. And so it was a very difficult community at the time, a very loving community, but a difficult community. And the things that I saw were very, very difficult. And so I also understand I am privileged now because I have been away and I live in a very different place now, and I have a very different life than I had then. But I want to assure you, and I want to assure you, that I'm not necessarily a tourist when I come down and I visit the downtown east side. Is the one thing that I haven't lost, and I think the minister will agree, and those who hear me in the House sometimes, is I haven't lost the ability to put myself in someone's shoes and the ability to understand what it is like when you don't start out with, it's not a fair playing field. And we have to be so careful that we understand and we make sure that we are doing what is in the best interest of our most vulnerable people and our communities, and really do what we can to wrap our arms around you and to make sure that you've got safe, secure housing. So if I appreciate the indulgence there, but I did just want to make sure that our visitors knew it's part of the democratic process. I hope you'll appreciate the work that we're doing, and thank you to the minister for the time here.
Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3, on Clause 3, member?
Thank you. The minister thought that was going to be the shortest bill debate anywhere. So thank you, Madam Chair, through the chair. Does the minister have a firm date for meeting the pledge that this government made and this premier made to phase out SROs as a form of housing?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Again, want to welcome the members from the SRO Collaborative. I see a lot of familiar faces from when I was visiting last. And I just want to recognize the members' opening comments. It's another reminder that I'm going to miss her in this House. She brings an important voice that is a great value to our debate. Now, we don't have a set date. That being said, BC Housing has been actively purchasing SRO buildings, bringing them into the public hands, renovating them, and we are working on a strategy right now with the City of Vancouver and CMHC on a broader plan, but at this point I can't share a set date of when that complete transition will happen.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. With respect to the Rental Protection Fund and the properties that are qualified to be purchased, will that fund be supporting the purchase of any SROs?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. No, the rental protection fund, the way it's geared, the way it's structured, it is not situated to be buying SROs.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. Why wouldn't it be structured in order to be able to purchase SROs? Because they are a very important, unfortunately, a very important place right now that we don't want to have replaced, until we have someplace safe for people to move to. So why wouldn't that be included?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So members, I know members were, but I'll put on the record that the rental protection fund is independent of government. We provided them $500 million. They put a proposal together of how they would structure it, lending some money, having a down payment. The rents for SROs compared to what is needed for that projects that they buy to be viable, it makes it a challenging proposition. And so, again, if the rental protection fund were to expand, they certainly could. But my understanding from the BC Not-for-Profit Housing Association, the Aboriginal Management Housing Association, and the Co-op Association is the way they've structured it. It's not an ideal fit for those types of purchases.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. With the decampment in Vancouver, I've lost time now. Was it last year, the year before, 18 months ago? There were promises made at that point from the Premier very specifically in terms of the investment that was going to go into the downtown east side. So I would like the minister to be able to provide an update that's being made, and I presume this is in conjunction, hand in hand with the City of Vancouver. What kind of progress is being made to that promise to, in essence, I believe it was clean up the downtown east side, and why is it actually looking like things are getting worse for people in the downtown east side since that commitment was made?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I don't think anyone from our side used the term clean up. Certainly we said that we were going to support people in that community. The members live there. I go there quite often. I think that there's a lot of folks who need supports. Now, so I'll break the answer into two parts. One, since the Premier said we were going to step in and play a more of a leadership role, we've done a few things. One, 662 units of new housing have opened in the downtown east side. That's since August 2022. And we have a whole host of projects that are just finishing construction in the downtown east side. So we'll have more, certainly a lot more in the next year. And we're also working on a strategy around SROs that's broader with CMHC and in the City of Vancouver, which we hopefully be able to share more publicly once things are finalized. And then also, of course, we have lots of advocacy groups in the downtown east side, which we're supporting. Quite frankly, they're supporting us to ensure that tenants have supports, that there's a sense of community being built, lots of important initiatives on the ground to try to make lives better for people. At Crab Park, we at one point, it was over 100 people. I believe the latest number at Crab Park is approximately 16 people. 7 of those people have been offered a form of housing, and they've accepted. It's just a matter of them moving, and I believe 9 or 10 people, don't refuse to talk to us. And so we've been trying for the last year to try to get contact and try to understand what the needs are of individuals. And I appreciate that, it's not just as simple as they don't want to talk to us. It's layered in multiple things, experiences with government, dealing with the racism, etc. There may be other barriers. So we have been working with lots of other organizations to try to build relationships and trust with individuals so we can get that information. But so far we haven't been successful with approximately about 10 people.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. Can the minister outline where the 662 units are and what kinds of units they are?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I can share with the member that we have 3455 East Hastings, 48 units, 66 West Hastings Street, 231, 53 Cordova Street West, known as Stanley Unit, 80, 326 West Pender, 19, 162 Main Street, 68 units, 1500 Main Street, 60 units, 710 on 19th Ave, 58, 162 Main, 68 units, and 2142 Ash Street, 30. So that totals 662. And I can share with the member that right now we have 115 units at the Chalmers Hotel that we Chalmers building that we purchased, which will be focused for more seniors. That's 115 that we expect to be open in the coming months. There's 1126 East Hastings, which is 20 net new units. We're expecting that to be complete this winter. We have 1766 Francis Street, which we expect to be complete in the new year. That's with the BC Indigenous Housing Society. We have 20 units, I can't say the address, but it's a women's transition house that is going to be completed, I would say, late this year, early in the new year. We have 222 Kiefer Street, which is the Downtown Eastside Community Land Trust, which is completing in spring of next year. We have 1015 East Hastings, which is 142 units, which we expect to be complete next fall. That's with the Vancouver Friendship Center Society. We have 52 East Hastings Street, 58 units with Luma Native and Rain City Housing, which we expect to be completed next summer. And we have 3020 East Hastings, that's with the First United Church, which we expect to be complete next year, late next year, and that's about 68 units that's under construction.
Member.
Thank you. Through the chair, the 662 units, the question also was what form of housing is that? Are those SRO, are those supportive housing, are those couples, are those?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It varies. Some are SROs that have been renovated, and some are net new units that are different than, well, not SROs. They're fully contained units.
Member.
Thank you. Through the chair, with those who have been moved to housing now from Crab Park, can the minister explain what housing they have gone to? Have they remained in Vancouver? Where have those people been supported to move?
Minister.
Almost everyone has remained in Vancouver. We try not to have people move to a different community. I think it's important for people to be able to choose their own community that they want to live in, and many people want to stay within the community that they've built, and it varies. So there's some people that are staying in shelters, but there are some people who have gone into renovated SROs as well.
Member.
Thank you. Oh, hello. Welcome to the chair. To the minister, was just saying that there is a strategy being developed with the City of Vancouver. It sounds to me like the details of that might be under wraps right now and not an ability to actually share that information, although I do think it's very important that people understand, and certainly the people that are here watching us today understand what the intention is for that community. Can the minister at least provide a couple of the key points that they are working with the city to address? And also, when will this work be finalized and when will it become public?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I can share with the member that we believe that we need to move away from the way the SROs are now and move to an environment where people have the safety in their own units. I know I've heard about some SROs having shared washrooms and the complexities that come with that. And so the work we're doing with this, the reason why we can't share the data really at this point is that we're trying to get the federal government to be there, and we don't want to be talking about things until we've got the federal government completely there. There's a better alignment with us in the City of Vancouver, and because our teams have been working together, it's always a challenge to get the federal government to the table on it. So we will be able to share some of that strategy, I think fairly soon, but work is still underway.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. We're talking within this act about 3,600 SOR units. How many people are living in SRO units in Vancouver?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there's approximately 7,790 SRO spaces across 161 buildings. I can share with the member that about 50% of these spaces are owned by either the province, the City of Vancouver, or a not-for-profit organization. About 2% are owned by Chinese Benevolent Association, and then the remaining 48% are privately owned.
Member.
Thank you very much. The member and I, although we're not supposed to be having a conversation yesterday while I was speaking, did point out that I was referring to supportive housing as opposed to SROs and some of the comments that I was making. I went back and I had a conversation with a couple of my friends in housing, and the question that we had is, can the minister explain in detail the difference between supportive housing and an SRO? What makes that difference? I look at, in my own community, we had the Travel Lodge, which the minister is quite familiar with, which was a supportive housing complex, but was very confused about how that differs from the SROs that we're talking about now.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the ones we're talking about here, the 48% that are owned privately, have little to no support. We have partnered with the SRO Collaborative to provide some supports to people that live in them. They're doing a fantastic job, I have to say, building that relationship and trust, quite frankly, something that would be impossible, next to impossible for government to do. But the level of support that's being provided as supportive housing is significantly higher than what we're able to do in these privately owned SROs.
Member.
Thank you, and thank you to the minister. Following that thread, I have mentioned to the minister, we were debating a bill previously, and then again yesterday I had mentioned a concern that's been brought to me a few times in terms of the difficulty for tenants in SROs to be able to navigate the residential tenancy branch and the RTA. What kinds of supports are being put in place or changes that could potentially be made to the RTB process that would be more supportive and would make it more accessible for vulnerable tenants and SROs to have access to those processes?
Minister?
Thank you. First off, the fact that we've got a collaborative on the ground, talking to people, working with people, that's an important step for us to be aware of the issue quickly, to be made aware of issues quickly, but also they play a role in helping people as advocates through the RTB to understand how they can access the RTB. So that is an important mechanism. Of course, we're always trying to find ways for the RTB to be more accessible to people. We've added just last year, I believe it was 180 languages, services, so that people that have different languages that want to get access can do that. We're always looking for ways to remove barriers for people.
Member, continue on clause 3.
Sorry, you said that differently, Chair, and I got confused. Okay. I see what you're trying to say to me. Okay, I get it. If I may, Chair, I think that this is an opportunity for us to be having these conversations about SROs and about the conditions for people living in SROs, because ultimately this is what this legislation is about. And because we are at a point in time now where we should have actually been in a place where we're not even having conversations about SROs anymore, I do think there's relevancy to the questions as we go through here, so I ask your consideration with that. So now we are talking about a vacancy control measure. And the minister in his preamble talked about what I understood, if I heard to be a commitment to not expanding vacancy control, that this is a one-off scenario. It's very specific to a group of these privately owned SROs and is being done in response to some of the challenges that are being seen in these SROs. So in keeping with the NDP's rental housing task force recommendation that did conclude that vacancy controls can actually be detrimental, can the minister just confirm again that this is not the beginning of something, that the anticipation would be that it would be expanded beyond what we're talking about in this legislation today?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I can confirm with the member that yes, the 2018 rental task force made those comments that the member referred to. We have also spoken to many folks that are in the purpose-built rental space who have also echoed the challenge of what would happen if you discourage purpose-built rentals to be built, especially at a time right now where we just don't have enough housing, where it's really difficult to get projects off the ground. Like, it's financially hard, and it's hard for our not-for-profits in this environment to launch a purpose-built project. Let alone anybody that's trying to do it in the private sector. And so it is a challenging time. We are trying to encourage housing to be increased. And so this bill, that's why this bill keeps it in the SRO space, because quite frankly, we don't want to encourage SROs to be built. In fact, we're moving away from SROs completely. And so, the data in front of us is clear about that. And so that's why I've made these comments several times publicly and in debates with the member.
Leader of the House Leader of the third party, member for Sandus North of the Islands.
Thank you. Can the minister, I've heard the minister explain that vacancy control impacts the construction of purpose-built rentals. Can the minister provide clarity on what the connection is and how that works from his perspective?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the member asking the question. I know he was on the rental task force at the time when it recommended not to go in this direction. And so what it does is it creates more limitations financially for those that are looking to make the investment to make that investment. So not only can it possibly discourage new purpose-built rentals to be built, because quite frankly, anyone that wants to build in this space can go anywhere. We are leaders right now. We are leading the country as far as getting new purpose-built rentals built. And certainly a concern that's been raised is we can't afford to change that direction at this stage. We've also seen from research that it discourages those that have purpose-built rentals from making the investments into the building. So that's the challenge, I think, that we're trying to grapple with. If there was abundance of housing and we weren't in a situation that we're in, that could be a completely different conversation. But when you're so far behind, and you're seeing more and more people being pushed into very challenging situations, it's a real challenge. And so I hope that answers the member's question.
Member.
No, don't think it does. I think the minister just responded to my question by suggesting that the reason is because it's hard to build. What I was asking about was what part of vacancy control, which is really about limiting the rent between tenants. It's not about what the rent is that can be set in a new building. It's not about that. It's not about how much rent can increase annually. That rent is actually already controlled by the government. What we're talking about very narrowly here is the rent that a tenant pays now and the rent that the next tenant pays. That's what vacancy control is limiting. So what I'm wondering is, in such a tightly regulated, like every other aspect basically of the landlord-tenant relationship is regulated, this is one part that is not. And what we've seen, for example, in Victoria, is rent increasing between tenants by 40% because that's where the market's at. That's essentially the argument that's given. So my question to the minister is, what is the direct through line from vacancy control of rent between tenants and limiting new purpose-built rentals from being built?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first off, I think the member is asking a question which he also provided an answer to when he was on the rental task force. When you were on the rental task force, the member actually recommended against having this. Clearly, he had compelling evidence at that committee that made the case for why they shouldn't do it. I don't want to read it into the record. I can read all of it in the record, but I think the member is aware of the recommendation that was made and why it was made and what that committee heard and the deliberations that happened in that committee. And so perhaps we won't revisit that for now. But just to say what the report said was that it would discourage new purpose-built rentals, investments in new purpose-built rentals to be built. And so that's what I was referring to.
Member.
Yeah, thank you. The rental housing task force goes back to when the current government and their former partner still had a confidence and supply agreement. Seems like a long time, a lot of dust has collected on the top of that confidence and supply agreement, at least the two halves of it. So anyway, I think 2018 was when that rental housing, it's now 2024. There's been a lot of time passed. A lot has changed in the housing market from that time. We provided government a series of recommendations, and they implemented a bunch of those recommendations. And they included bringing in some of those recommendations even, I think, as recently as last year. But it was a different time in 2018 in the rental housing market. So my question through to the minister, and this, I recognize that this might be challenging, but I don't have the numbers in front of me. Can the minister provide any data on how much rent has increased, how much the market rent has increased from 2018 to 2024? Minister?
Thank you, Chair. We don't have that data right now. It's kind of a bit of an estimates question, but my team will try to get some information for the member. First off, I wouldn't diminish the work that rental task force did, the member did. I think him suggesting that, oh, that was a long time ago and it's got dust on it. We are implementing items from that report today, like this year, this session. And so, yes, it's possible there's reports within government that don't get actioned. But I would say that report, we actioned more than any other report that was brought forward. And I would argue that the issues from that rental task force are more relevant today than they were even in 2018. And so I appreciate the member saying it was a long time ago, things have changed. And I would argue that things haven't changed in the sense that those struggles are still real that we're trying to address here. And so, again, I'll echo the same reasons that were used in the 2018 report to discourage government to take additional steps because it would discourage new purpose-built rentals. The conditions are still the same. In fact, it's become more challenging because every 37 days we're seeing 10,000 net people come to British Columbia. So that's record-breaking. So we've got more people than we have housing available for. And what happens when that happens is that those with means are able to get the housing, and those without means are being pushed and pushed and pushed. So I don't want to go too much into this debate because the member and I spent I think 14 hours last fall talking about supply and all these things, so I won't go there, other than say it's vitally important that we're able to remove barriers, create more certainty to increase housing supply, especially in the purpose-built rental space. That's what the legislation this fall was about. And so, I still look at the rental task force report as a guiding document. In fact, it was in my mandate letter for me to be following in the work we do as we go forward.
Member.
Thank you, and I didn't expect the numbers to be readily available. It was, but it does emerge because actually I think that what anybody who's been following rent here in BC anecdotally, even just from your own experience, I just ask the people that are listening to this debate to just think of the last 6 years and what's happened to market rent in this province. It's certainly not gone down. It certainly has not flatlined. It has certainly only skyrocketed every single year, year over year. And that's with year over year rent increases or rent caps on the increases. The one gap that exists, of course, is the gap between renters. And so that number has gone up. And I reflect on the minister's responses in defending this bill, and of course, obviously support this bill. I think that personally, vacancy control needs to go further than just the SRO community in Vancouver. I think that we need to recognize that market rent is what the problem is for a growing number of people that are becoming increasingly more vulnerable because market rents have been able to be increased. And so I'm not diminishing the report. I sat in those meetings. I know the conversations uniquely, I think, to this chamber right now. I was part of the private conversations with the members of that, and I know why we made the decisions that we made at that point. In fact, we also made a recommendation that, the minister said in a previous response that that the limitation of rent increases will limit landlords' ability or their desire to invest in the buildings that they have. In fact, we made a recommendation in that same report that that the minister's using to defend this decision to not expand vacancy control. We recommended a mechanism to allow landlords to apply to have an annual increase rent over and above what the limit was, because of the need for landlords to be able to offset the costs of making building improvements. And there was a mechanism within the rental housing task force. So again, other than the report that we tabled in 2018, I know what was behind the discussions uniquely to this conversation. They were closed door conversations. I know what was behind those recommendations that we're making in 2018. I'm not diminishing the report, and I raised this government up for actually, it's I'll just say this. Oh, I feel like I'm here now. That's right. I'm definitely not diminishing the report or what's in it. I applaud government. In fact, it's one of the few reports that so many of the recommendations have actually been adhered to. Like, this is one of the pieces of work that we've done where, you know, a vast majority of those are done. But the landscape for market rent is so vastly different today than it was. The process that we undertook, that we went into with the consultations, clearly need to be another conversation. So again, other than that 2018 report, is there anything else that backs up the minister's claim that closing the one gap that exists in rental vacancy control, that closing that gap will decrease the number of purpose-built rentals that will be built?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share with the member, if I can, just for the record, because I know the member knows this. The report said, members also heard concerns from rental housing providers that a change of this kind would make it challenging for them to cover their costs, with some considering selling, therefore removing their property from rental stock. Rental housing developers said that they would cease developing needed rental units if this change was brought in, as it would make their developments unaffordable to build. So that's directly from the report. I just want to put that in the record. I know the member knows that. And the member referred to a specific item around about landlords having to go to the RTB if they want to increase rents for additional work. Yep, and the member's correct. We implemented that in July 1st, 2021. But what the member and the committee wrote in that section, I guess my question to the member would be, and actually I'll refer to a comment the member from Kelowna made yesterday in our second reading speech, which was, appreciate that some may see that as popular because it might help you right now and you think that solves all the problems. But what the report lays out here clearly is that it will discourage people to build new affordable rental units. And so I would say back to the member, how is it that if then in 2018 that it would discourage people to build new rentals, how does that make it any different now? If it was discouraging people to make those investments in desperately needed housing in 2018, what exactly has changed that would not be discouraging to see those new purpose-built rentals be built today? And the likely answer is that nothing has changed. In fact, given interest rates, global inflation, the challenge has gotten bigger. And given that we have 10,000 people coming every 37 days, the challenge has gotten bigger. And so I appreciate the debate on this question, and we're going to have lots of it, I'm sure of it. But what I would say is that the recommendation the member and the other committee members made in that is still relevant today. And the challenges that we're facing in 2018 are still the ones that are, in many ways, to get new housing supply are still similar. In fact, with interest rates and global inflation, we actually have more challenges ahead of us.
Member.
Thank you. Through you to the Minister, Mr. Chair. How are rents set in purpose-built rental buildings?
Minister.
I know the member knows this question, so I'm just going to answer it again. It depends. For the ones that we're investing in that are not-for-profit projects, they vary. Some are at shelter rates, which is approximately $500. Some of our units are rent-geared income, so 30% of one's income. Some of our units are that are with our not-for-profit partners are at market rents. And for someone who has a purpose-built rental on the private market, they charge what the market is at that time.
Member.
Thank you. So for that latter category, then anything that happened prior to that building being built is sort of a moot point, right?
Minister.
Sorry, I heard it, but I didn't quite understand where the member's going. So can the member maybe stretch the question a little bit?
Member.
Yeah, so for the latter part, the private developers building we got a bunch of them being built right now in Central Saanich, in fact, and they're being marketed as luxury purpose-built rentals. So the price that they set is the price that the market, whatever that number is. It was different in 2018 than it is in 2024. And that is part of the context of what the point of my question is. It's a different number, bigger number today than it was back then. Different conditions, as the minister said. So when that new building comes online in 2024, the owner will set that market at a market rate of 2024 rate. Everything that happened between 2018 and, well, going way back up to 2024 is a moot point in that new building, correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the member refers to a building in his community, and I'll say that there are parts of his community that are, near the water views, etc., that may be considered luxury. And so I can't speak to, just because that one building markets itself as luxury, I'm not sure if that's, we can draw that conclusion for every single purpose-built rental that's built anywhere. Now, the member is asking if a unit comes online, can the private owner charge what is available in the market? Of course, yes, the member can. The private interest or the private builder or the purpose-built rental, they can charge that, yes.
Member.
Can the minister then explain how vacancy control is applicable in that situation? Brand new building, no previous tenants, 0 tenants. Building comes online, gets its occupancy permit. The owner of that building sets it based on the building, the cost, the pro forma that they developed, the amount. I'm assuming that they've the amount of money that they needed to borrow and what the conditions of that borrowing are, and then maybe some profit for the development for the developer. They set those market rents. There's been no tenants in that building. So how does vacancy control impact the pro forma of that building?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Now, we're going into a really hypothetical space, given that every pro forma is built differently. Some build into their pro forma the idea that they will be able to increase rents over time. And so that's how their pro forma is built out. Not everyone builds their pro forma that they're going to be making revenues on day one. So it varies. So it's hard to have an apples and apples conversation when every pro forma is different in every community, given the challenges that different communities face.
Member.
We're getting close. That was, so I appreciate that response. Based on the market condition, based on the conditions today, the annual increases are capped, and those private investors can increase rents to whatever the market rate is, an unlimited amount in between tenants. And so I think I take the minister's point that in that part of this of the financial situation of that building, that is true. That there is no cap on what can be increased between those rents. So I'll take the minister on that. However, I think that, and I'll just say this before I take my seat and pass it back over. I don't want to diminish from this act what's happening here, because I think as the members here and the members online and the members around will recognize that I actually think that vacancy control in the market that we're in right now, there are many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of households in British Columbia right now that are extremely vulnerable. There is an extraordinary number of British Columbians that if they were evicted from their place could not afford to live in the community that they're currently living in. There are 600,000 households that are paying over 30%. I think actually my hope is that CMHC takes a really good look at that 30% number, because I think it's outdated now. It's probably 50%. So, or even higher than 50%. And so there is absolutely no doubt that this government needs to put in place with urgency, and I appreciate the way that this bill is structured, with urgency to protect the vulnerable people in our society. And I would also suggest that there is a much, much deeper pool of people that need the urgent kind of response from the ministry and the minister, because the precarity that they're living in, the lack of security in the rental housing market, the inability for people to actually live in the community that they have roots in, for their kids to go to school in the places that they go to school. When you start to understand the complete social chaos that is created by someone who is living in that scenario, I think that we need to be taking a look at even the most unpopular policies if they are going to help stabilize people and give them some sense of normalcy in the communities that they have grown roots in, grown friends in, grown social fabric in, that is actually the resilience that people need. So I'm not going to get in the way of moving this, but it certainly is curious when when we propose a policy of vacancy control and the minister outright says that it's not necessary, and then picks a very small segment of the housing market and adds vacancy control, recognizing that the rental housing market is already very strictly regulated. In fact, it's almost entirely regulated except for this one gap.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the members' comments around the challenges that people face when it comes to housing. The member knows he and I agree on that, and I would say a couple things. One, I think the member should be proud of the work he did on the rental task force. It was important work. It's actually changed the lives of many people in British Columbia. The member should also be proud that he was part of the committee that made a recommendation not to go and use vacancy control, because they got information from people, they heard from people, and they made a decision on what's best for the province. I also appreciate this is politics, and the member can take different positions now than he did before. But that being said, the member from Kelowna mentioned this as well yesterday, which is what we've heard from the rental task force around and the reason why the recommendation was there, because it may discourage new purpose-built rentals to be built. I would also agree with the member around making sure that people, renters in particular, have protections. That's why there was recommendations. Well, like I said, many of the recommendations from the task force have been implemented or are being implemented. In particular, around rent evictions. We used to hear about rent evictions a lot. I meet with the advocates, the housing advocates, who tell me since we introduced that new process where a landlord has to go to the RTB, it's dropped, dramatically dropped. 35 applications, only 9 were approved. So that's good. We heard that there was a big challenge because there was landlords using personal use as an excuse to evict people. To raise their rents, to get more revenue. That's why we said any building that has 5 or more units, you can't use personal use anymore. Professionally run building, you should run it professionally, but we have some flexibility for mom and pops, people who have a basement suite in their home that may need it for a family member. But we've put a new process in place now so that if a tenant feels that they need more information, they don't feel like they were treated fairly, that there's a way for that information to be more transparent for everyone. And so we are taking steps to address the challenges that are in the rental market. And so again, I appreciate we're going to have many conversations on this topic going forward, but I do just like I always say about my critic, I also do really respect the member because I think we all want to get to the same place.
Member.
Yeah, I'll just say in response to the minister, 2018 was quite a number of years ago now, 6 years ago. And I was very much a part of the process, and I am very much proud of the work that we did on the task force, and as well, very much proud of the fact that government has actually taken the work that we did and implemented it. That's unique. I don't know that British Columbians know how unique it is that all the recommendations, or a vast majority of the recommendations of any report, of any committee in this place actually get adopted. I was a part of another committee where we basically just brought in the recommendations from the previous committee. But this is the reason why we have legislation that gets reviewed every 5 years, because conditions change, things change, aspects of the market that we're talking about evolve and change, aspects of the policy evolves and changes. I, as a legislator, I'm a different legislator today than I was 6 years ago. I know more about this industry because I've had exposure to more people. So that's the reason why I'm not challenging the recommendation that we made in that report. What I'm challenging the minister to do is to provide, you know, an updated justification for maintaining this, and I think the minister has achieved that to some extent. I don't know that we're going to agree on it, so I think it is probably time for us just to move on and have a nice afternoon.
Thank you, member. And just to clarify, I'm sure the member was referring to dust on the CASA agreement and not on the report that you're referring to. I think that's, I just wanted to make sure we maintain the peace in this House. Recognizing the member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you very much. I don't want to get in the middle of that conversation. When we began the questions today, one of the questions I asked was, will the Rental Protection Fund be funding nonprofits to be able to purchase SROs? And what I heard the minister say was that that would not be some way that we would use that fund because it wouldn't be financially viable. And so that does bring up the question of financial viability with respect to the SROs that we are looking at vacancy controls on. So a question through the chair to the minister on that is, what consultation has been done with ownership of these SROs, and how familiar is the ministry with the actual cost structure and financials of these SROs?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The City of Vancouver has led that work. This is a response to the City of Vancouver's work, and it's important to note that 2 successive councils have endorsed this. Totally different political views. You know, it was originally brought in by a council, different political sense, political view, supported across the board, and now a new council, which maybe has a different worldview. But on this, they're united. On this initiative, they're united. And so, again, the consultation engagement has been led by the City of Vancouver. This is a recommendation that came from unanimously from all councillors that action needed to be taken.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. And to clarify, there's no debate from me on that. I understand that this request came from the city, but I do think that there are important kind of pieces of due diligence that the government needs to do before they actually necessarily take a recommendation or support a recommendation. And so if I can just clarify, I understand from the minister that the minister, although they are creating a tool where these vacancy controls can be put in, that the minister and the minister's staff are unfamiliar with what that actual impact will be to the SROs, to the condition that these SROs are left in. So that information from the City of Vancouver was not provided to or asked for by ministry?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have confidence in the City of Vancouver's policy work that was done, that was presented to Council when this discussion happened. I believe it's actually all public, the engagement the City of Vancouver has done, and my team will look to find that and give that to the member.
Member.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the information is public, but as we talked about yesterday, when a bill is introduced in the House and debated, and in the last week of the session, it's hard for our small team to have access to all of this information. So whatever the minister can provide is much appreciated. The concern that I have, and I'm trying to express, and I spoke about this yesterday, is that the SROs that I had visited and walked through and spent time in We've got broken windows, people who haven't had heat in their unit for 6 months during the winter, people trying to fix things in their own units that are actually causing safety hazards for them, plumbing that doesn't work, bathrooms they don't have that are not accessible. These are deplorable conditions for people to be living in, and they should not be living in those conditions. And so my question is, and I want this to be taken, and I have my hands out to you earlier, to be taken in the right, is that this isn't taking the side of the landlord versus taking the side of the tenant. These are real things that we have to consider and real world impacts. And so these are why the questions are asked. Is there not a concern that with a vacancy control between tenancies, there might be even a greater impact on the dereliction of the buildings because of, as we talked about, and I asked the question, do you know the P&L, and do you know what the financial position is of that landlord? How do we know that this is going to not make those living conditions for people even worse?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I know members been to these SROs. So the question that I would say is it possible to be even more? The ones I've had a chance to go through, I don't think it's possible for a landlord to let those buildings go into further despair. Like, it's literally not possible. Like one that I visited, it was literally, the building was slanted. It was, you could see the entire building going. And so I just, I think that, yeah, I think the member, I don't need to go into it. The member fully understands the conditions they're in, and I just don't see how the building could get any worse in disrepair than what they are currently in the SROs that exist.
Member?
Thank you to the minister. That's kind of a sad statement that the minister doesn't think that they can get any worse. But that doesn't negate the concern that we have, is that, I do believe that they could get worse. It certainly depends on what building it is, what condition it's in right now. But if you have, for example, an elevator that is not working suddenly, and we've seen this happen in some of these buildings where you've got one elevator and you've got somebody, particularly somebody with a mobility issue on one of the floors. If a landlord does not have the funds required to be able to fix or replace that elevator, what consequence is there to that landlord, and what can the province do about that?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I was just trying to get some information, but I can just say, first off, there are some privately held SROs that have access to grants from the City of Vancouver. They've got a program. I was just trying to get that information. The member may be already aware of that. But that is the space of the City of Vancouver. The City of Vancouver does issue fines for landlords that are letting the buildings fall into disrepair. The firefighters are in the buildings doing checks, and so there are processes that the City of Vancouver takes on to address that.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. Actually, I am going to cede the floor to my colleague here from Kelowna, and we'll steal it back from her afterwards.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thanks so much, Chair. So could the minister tell us what happens when a building continues to fall into disrepair?
Minister.
Well, I can tell the member that the SROs, as they fall into disrepair, continue to be rented to people, and that's why we're trying to address the issue we're trying to address here.
Member.
I didn't totally follow the minister's answer on that one, because the minister is saying that that this bill will somehow address the issue of a building falling into disrepair. If the minister could clarify, that would be great.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to. What I'm saying is that what the previous member said and the member from the Green Party said, that these buildings, many of them are not seeing investments to bring them to the level that we all think people should have the ability to live in. And so that's what I was referring to in my answer.
Member.
Yeah, so still not tracking what the minister is actually saying, because this bill actually stops the amount of revenue that a building can gain, and in doing so limits the amount of funds that an owner could use to reinvest into the building. So by actually limiting those funds, is the minister not actually creating a situation where those buildings could fall into further disrepair?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The SROs that we're talking about here, the owners have been raising the rents, but no investments have been going back to fix the buildings to the level that we would all consider adequate for people to live in. And so I think we're going to be spinning in circles here, because I think it's pretty obvious that some of these landlords have been making money but have had no interest in making the buildings any more livable than they are.
Member.
So could the minister explain how this bill will make them more livable?
Minister.
What this bill does is it ensures that people are not displaced and having their rents increased, and many of them finding themselves on the verge of homelessness. City of Vancouver has told us that they believe roughly about 500 people have already gone through this, and so that's what this bill looks to address.
Member.
All right, so I'm not totally clear here, because there's already measures in place through the Residential Tenancy Act that actually only allow a certain amount to be increased. And from 2018 to 2024, there were actually, I believe, and forgive me if I got this statistic wrong, but I believe there were 3 years in which there were either freezes or less than the annual rate of inflation increases. So there's already protections in place for a tenant who stays in that particular unit. What this bill does is, from my understanding, is protect the time in between tenants, and whereby that wouldn't displace someone, because someone wouldn't be moving, and if they were moving, yes, then they would have to find another place to rent. So could the minister please explain what he was meaning by that? There are no tenants themselves that have seen skyrocketing increases, because if they were in the same unit, they would have seen a meager, maybe 2.5% to 3% over the course of the last 5 years.
Minister.
Often, individuals that are living, not always, but often, some of the more vulnerable people in our communities. What we have heard from the City of Vancouver, from housing advocates, is that some cases, people are being wrongfully evicted. In some cases, they're offered a few dollars to leave so that they can raise their rents. So there's been a whole host of actions that have been taken. The City of Vancouver informs us they're aware of 500 people that they believe have been, I would say, wrongfully evicted. And often individuals that leave these units find themselves into homeless situations. Hard to find individuals, hard to provide them supports to get through an RTB process, hard to locate them. So it's a uniquely difficult challenge that is faced by individuals that live within these units.
Member.
So could the minister clarify how rent control would stop for a landlord from giving money to a tenant to leave, or or would somehow help that tenant who's been wrongfully evicted get to a residential tenancy board process?
Minister?
I think the member understands. The answer is that if the landlord won't be able to make additional profit, they would see an interest in having the people remain and not to try to use tactics to in some cases, trick people out of their units.
Member.
So I'll come all the way back to my original question, is that how does this bill actually help any of those buildings come into better quality or better situation?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps that's where the challenge is. The members focus on the buildings and we're focused on the people and the vulnerable people that are needing the supports. That's why the City of Vancouver came to us on bringing this forward, and that's why we've brought this forward.
Member?
Actually, it's just the opposite, and I will correct the minister and say, actually, I'm very concerned about the people and the squalor that people are being forced to live in. So I'll ask the question from a different direction, so perhaps the minister will understand more completely. How will the minister's bill in any way actually help the individuals who are living in these units come to a better quality of life within the unit in which they are living?
Minister.
The fact that we've got 30 people here that are living in SROs that took the long travel to be here, and the fact that they're here to witness this, that they've advocated for this, the fact that the City of Vancouver, 2 successive councils, different political views, came to the same conclusion that this is needed. I think the answer should be in the people's lived experiences that are here, encouraging us to consider this bill, encouraging all parties to support this. I think that should be sufficient, I hope, for the member.
Member.
No. It's not in any way, shape, or form sufficient. The fact that they came out here is incredible, is extraordinary, absolutely. But the fact is that this minister is not dealing with the core issue, which is that we do not have enough housing. And the housing standards that these people and individuals are forced to live in is substandard. The minister suggested 2 different parts of my speech from yesterday. I will also remind the minister that I too have been through those same SROs. There is no way that should be what we are actually not just allowing, but providing and protecting as sufficient living standard. So my question to the minister is again, and I hope that this time the minister will actually answer the question, which is how will this bill in any way not allow those living standards to further erode?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. We had a fulsome discussion last session around key initiatives to increase housing supply. The member voted against them. We said we were going to bring in small-scale multi-units to allow 3 or 4 units to be built on single-family lots so we can get increased housing supply, like they've successfully done in New Zealand, like they're successfully doing in California and Oregon and other jurisdictions around the world. In fact, Kelowna just yesterday became the first jurisdiction in the province to pass the rules to allow that type of housing. So if the member is saying that increasing housing supply is an important measure, surely she had the opportunity to support legislation that did that very thing. But that being said, I'll add, the member had asked multiple questions. I answered the questions for the record. And I'll also add that the City of Vancouver has capital grants for SRO owners if they need additional supports to do renovations. That money is available to them.
Member.
So could the minister confirm that the capital grants would be sufficient to make up the gap between market rent or even increased rent? Because I don't think an SRO would ever be at market rent. So would be increased to the, or would fill the gap between what the building requires and what the building's revenue allows?
Minister.
Thank you. It's a hypothetical question, given that every building will be different circumstances. What I said was there are capital grants available. If the member is talking about a hypothetical, if the SROs had been increasing rents to whatever they wanted to increase them, would they use those monies to renovate the buildings? They may, but we certainly haven't seen that.
Member.
Is there anything that would stop a building owner from redeveloping the site in its entirety?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, I suppose someone could do that. You'd have to follow the rules of the province and ensure you're following the rules of the City of Vancouver, but I suppose that could happen.
Member.
So let me give the hypothetical situation. The building that the minister walked through that was physically leaning, at some point, the City of Vancouver comes in and says, this building is no longer up to standards. Perhaps the building owner pays the fines a few different times, applies for a grant. The grant is insufficient to actually bring the building up to standards, and the building is condemned. Could the minister explain what happens in that condemnation and to all of the people, the tenants, the vulnerable people that are living in those buildings?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. They would have to follow the rules of the law, the RTB process that's in place that has protections for people. And so, again, it's hypothetical. So I can't provide any more context for the hypothetical proposal that the members shared.
Member.
So the minister doesn't understand that those people would lose their homes?
Does the member have a question?
I was asking.
Member.
Does the minister understand that those people would lose their homes?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. What I said is, the member asked a question, would it be possible for somebody to develop? And I said, yes, that's possible. They'd have to follow the rules. There's protections for people that are living there. There's rules of the City of Vancouver for them to follow. And so I don't know how many times I can say yes to that same question.
Member.
No, the minister is actually not answering the question. The minister is talking about rules. So maybe the minister is more concerned about rules than the people that actually sit in this gallery. Because I'm talking about the people. I'm asking what's going to happen to these people's homes if these buildings fall into such disrepair that they are condemned. Could the minister please answer, where do these people go if their building is condemned?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Before the member came, I highlighted the investments we're making in the downtown east side, the units that we're opening up. Surely the member knows that the City of Vancouver has requirements for what can be built there. So we continue to find supports for people to move them into opportunities that we create. If someone were to redevelop and they follow the rules of the City of Vancouver, they are required to create some affordable units that are also contributing to housing in the community.
Member.
The very point is that these people will lose their homes. It's a very slippery slope, and I understand we desperately need to support our most vulnerable populations in finding housing that is appropriate for them, in not condemning them to squalor, and certainly not condemning the very buildings that they live in right now to indefinite squalor. The minister referenced the bills brought in this last fall. He used a one-size-fits-all hammer for every single residential neighborhood in British Columbia. I can tell the minister about a situation that I've just been dealing with with one of my constituents, in which they are trying to actually build a home and do things right. They're trying to build to Step Code 5 right away, not even wait. In building to Step Code 5, they had to go to Fortis, because now their whole home is electric and they didn't meet a 200 amp service, so now they were going to a 400 amp service. Fortis informed them that they'd have to upgrade the transformer on their street. Well, upgrading a transformer, we can do that. First a panel, then a transformer. Hey, you know what, we're going to eat this $60K that it's going to cost us to upgrade that transformer. We're actually going to do it because it's the right thing to do for the sake of the planet. Well, then Fortis informed them that they had to create redundancy within the neighborhood, which was going to cost about $1.2 million. There is not infrastructure for all houses, all duplexes, all fourplexes to be built on all of the single-family lots within our communities. So for the minister to fourplex, sixplex, eightplex, all of the single-family housing in all of these outlying areas in Kelowna is simply irresponsible. Infrastructure is required. And the minister mentioned New Zealand. Well, New Zealand saw a 12% increase in all single-family houses within the first 4 years. Within the first 4 years of doing exactly what we have just done. The minister is not addressing the core issues of housing in British Columbia. He promised 114,000 units, only 16,000 have actually been done. And now this measure, like Bill 27, is a very, very slippery slope. And I know that the minister in previous answers, because I was watching, the minister in previous answers has actually talked about how this is a one and done, it's not going to happen anywhere else. This is the only place in which rent control is going to happen. He actually addressed the House Leader for the third party and said exactly that this is the only place that this is going to happen. It's not going to happen anywhere else. Well, I can tell the minister that banks do not see it that way. Banks see this type of legislation coming in, and it will send shockwaves through all of purpose-built rentals, saying if it can happen there, it can happen anywhere. Is the minister willing to risk a reduction of rental units across British Columbia because of this rent control being put in place here?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I can share with the member that I had a meeting just yesterday with the senior executives from Scotiabank, where we talked about housing and what's happening. Their CEO was part of a task force that was commissioned by Ontario on how to address the housing crisis. The things that we are doing here in British Columbia come directly from the recommendations from that CEO of that financial institution. So I appreciate the members trying to make a point, and that's fine. That's, I guess, what this place is about, is exchanging ideas and different viewpoints. But it doesn't change the fact that this is right now and a measure that the City of Vancouver has asked us to take on, that they understand what this means when just over a few weeks, 500 people out of 3,600 get displaced. And so we're going to continue to focus on people, making sure that they have the supports, and of course that's why we brought this legislation forward.
Member for West Van Catalano.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you to the minister. Once this legislation comes in and there's the vacancy control between tenancies, how does government plan to prevent bad actors from resorting to other illegal methods to increase building turnover?
Minister?
Thank you. Perhaps the member can talk about what kind of situations that maybe she can refer to types of situations that she thinks would be a concern. That might make it easier for me to answer.
Member?
Thank you to the minister. It goes back a little bit to what I was talking about earlier with respect to tenants and SROs not maybe always being fully aware of their rights and having access to the residential tenancy branch process. So it is those things that may very well be going on now, but which may be heightened with something like this, is providing rent increases regardless of this legislation, giving people false information about why they're evicting them from a unit. There's a whole number of things that can happen, and so because I think this is a unique group of citizens, a unique group of tenants, how do we make sure that even though this legislation will come in, that people are still protected?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I agree with the member. It's going to be a challenge. It's a continuous challenge to try to ensure that folks have information, that they know their rights. We will continue to do the work we're doing with different organizations on the ground to ensure people understand if rules change, what the rules are, so they have a better understanding. Make sure that they have that awareness. City of Vancouver has committed to do the same work, but I agree with the member. It's still a challenge to ensure that everybody knows what their rights are as human beings.
Member?
Thank you to the minister. Can the minister detail how the validation of the City of Vancouver's bylaws retroactively affects the legal landscape for landlords and tenants?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this is not retroactive. As the member knows, because I heard her speech, it's effective. Some elements of it start kicking in at one day after the first reading. So but it doesn't go back to when the City of Vancouver initially started this legal procedure.
Member.
Thank you for that. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and then I've got some questions that we'll back up a little bit on. Normally a bill is introduced, and sorry I keep looking at you, but I just want to have you part of the process. So normally a bill is introduced in the House, as this bill was introduced, I think, 2 days ago. And then there's an opportunity for members to get up and to talk a little bit about it, to express kind of our first thoughts after we look at it. There's a vote on that. Then it comes to this process that we're doing right now, where we get to go through pretty much line by line and ask questions about the impact of this legislation. When that's completed, there's a vote. It goes back into the House. There's a vote. And then that legislation comes into force. So my question then to the minister is, the word retroactive is, as the minister says, is an incorrect word with respect to what we've done here. But we've seen legislation previously which is usually around taxation, things like that, where you've got a bill that's coming into force prior to even this process. So this bill in essence came into force 2 days ago. And we're still in this room having this conversation, and it hasn't been voted on. So can the minister explain this process and the reason that this is a bit of an unusual way to actually bring legislation into force before we've even had a chance to take a look at, debate, and ask questions about it?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. First, for the record, this is not the first time any legislation has been brought in the House that has this provision. I don't remember to say it. I'm just putting it on the record for whoever comes back to the debate. There's been lots of legislation. In fact, Bill 14 that just went through had the same provision in it. It was important for us as we brought this in not to have a runoff. If we've seen 500 people displaced, or the City of Vancouver has seen 500 people displaced, within a couple of months or weeks after the court ruling, the moment this legislation hit, we could have seen 500 people being displaced. And so that provision was put in place to ensure that we didn't see a mass eviction happening while people were waiting for us to debate a bill. Would have made more people vulnerable. And of course, if the bill were to fail in this House and not get approval and not get support from members, then the entire thing would be gone. And so that's why the provision was put in place the way it was.
Member.
Thank you to the minister, and I certainly appreciate the reasoning there. On that same topic, is there a likelihood that the owners of these 3,600 units that are already aware that this may be happening, that they have been in conversations, and that there might actually be issues with this happening right now?
Minister?
It's hard to predict exactly what individuals are doing. But that being said, this was very public. This is, it's not a huge amount of properties where, you know, it's, you know, widespread impact. It's very localized. And so, you know, I suspect most of these landlords understand what the bill was, what the information is. And of course, anything is possible. It's possible that one of these landlords still tries to evict somebody today. But that being said, the rules are in place and they would be doing it against or breaking essentially laws in doing that.
Member?
Thank you to the minister. What are the, I should know this, and this is an opportunity for me certainly to be learning on this, but what is the average rate, if there is such a thing, for an SRO? Are they primarily at shelter rates, or what is the current average? And then can the minister explain what the city was seeing in terms of increases during that vacancy part?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I don't really have information on what the city was seeing during that period, but I can share with the member that the average rent as of last year for privately owned SROs was $736, and for the non-for-profit operated SROs it was $375.
Member?
Wow, that's a lot I'll say on that. Thank you. I believe that this magically appeared beside me. Can I just clarify that that did come from the minister? Okay. Thank you very much. There's about 50 pages here, which I'm okay. I do appreciate that. Okay. To the minister, through the chair, what legal challenges does government foresee in relation to the implementation of these bylaws, and how are they prepared to address them? I mean, the question is, do the private owners have an opportunity to challenge this in some way, and what is government anticipating?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I can't speculate on what will happen, what the courts will say, what individuals may do, and so I just can't provide anything concrete on that question.
Member?
Thank you to the minister. Well, surely the minister, the minister's office, understand kind of the guidelines in terms of jurisdictional issues and challenges, and so is the government sure that they have the jurisdiction to be able to do this, and that it doesn't open up the potential of legal action or challenges from the owners?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's difficult to answer. Anything that government does can always have a legal challenge, and you know, that's the right for people to do, to take their issue to court, and so it's hard to say.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. How does government plan to measure the success of its policies in the downtown east side, and what metrics are being used? So not just with respect to this legislation, but the rest of the actions that are being taken by this government to try and deal with the social challenges that people are having.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'll first start by saying that the Premier has participated in 3 roundtables on the downtown east side, which is really rare for any Premier to have even one roundtable in the downtown east side. And I think given his years of work there, I think he has a unique understanding, and I think for many there's a respect because he had worked there. And they know that he knows the challenges that are there. So there's a couple things. I've laid out the housing investments that we're making there, and you know there'll be more of that. And I've also laid out that we're working with the City of Vancouver and CMHC right now on a broader SRO related strategy. But I can also share with the member that we are right now having engagements on the ground with community, with partners around what is the vision for the community. What would people like to see in the community? What would they like to see going forward? What do they feel like needs to happen in the short term, in the medium term, in the long term? And so it's not as simple as just saying, you know, here's what we think and we're going to go ahead and do it and we're going to put the targets up. We're really trying to engage community so that people that are living there in the community have a sense of agency and sense of voice and get a chance to participate in that. And when you do that process, sometimes it takes a little bit longer to do. But I think you get better outcomes. And so that work is happening, and part of that work will lay out what are we trying to achieve in the short term, what are we trying to achieve in the medium, and what do we want to see in a longer term for the community as a whole.
Thank you, members. We're going to take a 7-minute recess, and so stay close.
If everyone wants to take a seat, we're just gonna get started again. If everybody, yeah, thank you. Awesome. If everybody, okay, so I'm calling committee of the whole on Bill 27, Municipalities Enabling and Validating Number 5 Amendment Act, back to order. And we are on Clause 3, and I'm recognizing the member for West Vancouver Capilano on Clause 3, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to the chair. To the minister, how does the government respond to criticisms that these measures are merely temporary solutions rather than long-term reforms which are needed?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I would respond by saying we need both. You got to do some things initially to address the challenges you deal with, and I would also agree with the premise of the question, which is it's going to require some long-term reforms, and that's why in the answer right before the break, I highlighted kind of the streams that we're taking. One was around just SROs, the buildings, and how we collectively between the federal government, us, the city, how we address that, and then what happens in the community as a whole. And so that work is critically important to help inform us what the long-term shift will happen. It's not, there's no easy, fast solution that will solve the challenges we have to address in the community. Quite frankly, a challenge for us has been to really drag the federal government here to the table. I think that certainly at the minister level, they understand the need and the importance. But it seems to be difficult for them to understand that there's a uniqueness here that we're dealing with, and perhaps sometimes a desire to create one program that would work across the country when we are dealing with some unique challenges. But that being said, they are at the table, and so once we've kind of finalized things with them, we'll be able to make things more public.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand what's been happening, and I've spoken to people at the city, and the reason for this legislation, and we understand the reason for this legislation and appreciate it's important, is that when tenants have left in these SROs, and particularly these private ones, there have been large hikes in the rates above the shelter rates, making it very difficult for people to afford to be there. So what I want to understand then is who can afford to be there? So who is actually, is it because there's just really a desperation and so people are taking those suites at the higher levels, rooms, taking those rooms at the higher levels, just understanding that they will not be able to afford to do anything else? Or who else, like who is able to actually pay those jumps in the rents that are happening now without the vacancy cap?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Every story is unique. Everyone maybe comes to the community in a different way. Some people, I'm sure, it's because they love the community and they want to be there, and that's the opportunity. Some come because maybe it's more affordable than what there is available in other parts of the community. Everyone that I've met in the downtown east side, everyone has a unique story of their connection. Met many people who say, I've come here because I came originally to find a family member, and now I'm here. So it's hard to say. Just in the break, I was talking to some of the members from the SRO Collaborative who reminded me that there's 231 calls to justice that talked about the things that we're talking about here, in particular on the downtown east side. It was a reminder for me that I have more work to do to go and learn and remind myself that those voices of people who lost loved ones are captured in the document, and many of the things that they called for are the things that we're talking about right now. So I want to appreciate and raise my hands to my friends for reminding me that. I also heard from one of our guests today that they lost 2 people in their building just in the last few weeks. And so when the people pass away, new people come in at higher rates. And so anyways, it's hard to say exactly, but from what I've heard from people, many people come here for various reasons. But most people love being in the community, and there is a community. As much as perhaps some people see it on TV, they'll say, oh, this and that, they'll have judgments of it. But those that, like the member, who have lived in the community understand there is a community in the community. And so, yeah, anyways, it's a long way of saying people come in different ways to this place.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. Yeah, I was just really trying to get kind of a handle on what was actually being seen on the ground and what the impact was. Yesterday, when I was speaking, I talked a bit about some of the conversations that I've had with some of the social services groups in the downtown east side about the vulnerability of women and women tenants. What is being done to ensure that women who are living in SROs, and I mean, we want to keep everyone safe, but women in particular are vulnerable, and I understand that the instances of assaults and suite takeovers with women in the SROs is significantly challenging now. Is there a piece of the overall strategy that's going to address that specifically?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and really appreciate the member's question because there's a unique challenge that women face, especially around SROs. I certainly have heard, especially shared washrooms and what that means. I know there's programming through the Downtown Eastside Women's Society for like day spaces for people to go during the day, washrooms, other things, access to services. Part of the housing that I shared earlier with a member around units that we're opening up. We've got projects that are just for women, safe spaces for women. Right now, there's resources being provided to not-for-profits around gender-based violence, training and supports on the ground. And so there's work happening between our ministry, BC Housing in particular, SDPR, and the Solicitor General's office around the calls to action, murder and missing women's call to action. So all those pieces are coming together to support people in the downtown side. But it is a challenge, no doubt. And I know the member knows this, but certainly when we saw the encampments on Hastings, we saw reports of violence towards women at a ridiculous rate. Early on we saw that with Crab Park as well, and we were able to, in many cases, prioritize women to get them into safe, secure housing opportunities in both Crab Park and the encampment.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. And this is still specific to SROs. I've had a number of conversations with the SPCA. And one of the concerns that they've expressed, particularly with SROs, is the inability for residents to have their pets with them. And I'm wondering also, as I asked about policy or supports for women in the overall planning and what's happening, is there anything that will address the issue or concern that people are often separated from pets when they are, particularly when you're in an encampment and you're trying to move somebody into housing, and what can be done about that?
Minister.
I appreciate the question. I know that certainly I've heard from folks that sometimes are encampments who are like not wanting to take shelter because they've got a pet and that's their family. And I know there's sometimes a frustration in the public when they say, oh, why don't people just move to inside? Well, the member's correct. Sometimes they have different circumstances and the unit might not fit necessarily the circumstances. But that being said, there are many operators that are offering supports and allowing people to have their pets with them. We don't have a set rule that says it's a requirement that you must allow the pet. There is that flexibility there for the landlord. But we do acknowledge the uniqueness of that challenge for people who do have pets that are needing supports.
Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission on Clause 3.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to take the minister back to one of the answers that he gave earlier, and that was on his conversation with I believe he said it was the executives of Scotiabank, but then he was talking about the CEO of Scotiabank, so I'm not sure if the CEO was part of that group or not. So forgive me if I don't get the exact executives correct. But did the minister speak to other bank executives as well as those bank executives of Scotiabank, specifically about this policy of rent control? The minister had acknowledged that he had spoken with the Scotiabank executives about some of the other policies that were being instituted. Did he speak to those executives about this one in particular, or any other executives from any other banks?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. First off, the City of Vancouver had this policy in place for almost a year. Folks in the banking industry that I suppose work in the downtown east side, well aware that it was there. The conversation with the Scotia executive was recent, so we canvassed all of our housing pieces. I did meet with, I guess, executives from banking not exactly, around 2 weeks ago, but the legislation had not been introduced or been discussed at that time.
Member.
So did the minister specifically address, I believe that the minister was making an assumption that because the executives of the financial institutions live in Vancouver or work in Vancouver, that somehow they would understand or be alive to the nuance of the vacancy control items that were going on, which they may or may not be. But I was asking specifically if the minister had a conversation specifically about vacancy control with any of those executives when it came to housing policies of the province.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The conversation I had with a Scotia Bank executive, so I'll just be clear, the Premier met with the CEO. I met with their executives. We talked through all of the housing pieces that we're doing. Now, they were in Toronto, so it's fair they don't have the context of British Columbia. My meetings with the other executives from the other banks was a few weeks ago, and in those conversations, we talked just general housing policy, where we're going, what direction, what products and opportunities might be for the financial institutions to play a role. My answer was in the context of the member talking about increasing housing supply and our measures that we brought in the fall. I think the member characterized them as maybe a little aggressive. I may not use those words, but in that general frame. And I was referring to the fact that I met with executives, walked them through what we were doing. So it was in that context.
Member?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that response. When those conversations were happening with the executives, did they raise any concerns about vacancy control?
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. They did not. And many of those executives I've met with before. In fact, I spoke on a panel with UDI. There was, I think, 1,000 people there. Many of those executives, not all, many of them were in the room where I was asked this very question about vacancy control, and I answered it the same way that I did when I just spoke to the House Leader of the Green Party.
Member?
And just to clarify, so the Minister talked about it as a positive or a negative, as in, so I'm not clear with respect to how how the Minister was responding to the House Leader of the third party. Could the Minister maybe just clarify as to what the communication was given specific to vacancy control?
Minister?
What I said to the third party House Leader, Green Party House Leader, is the same thing I said to the audience that was there at UDI, the same thing I've said to Not-for-Profit Housing Association with their panel, which is our 2018 Rental Task Force report that guides our work recommended against going towards vacancy control because there was concerns that it would not encourage new housing supply. And so my answer to the member from the Green Party was that he was on the committee that recommended against it. My comments were that the conditions that were there then are the same conditions that we have now, and our goal here is to encourage more purpose-built rentals. Now, the difference is we are not trying to encourage more SROs. This is a different segment of the housing market. It's unique, and that's why we are taking this position, which is the same position the City of Vancouver is taking, which is they understand the uniqueness of SROs, and they also have concerns that that vacancy control brought in for purpose-built rentals as a whole would discourage new purpose-built rentals to be built, which is the reason why the Rental Task Force recommendation was to not do that policy.
Member?
So the Minister has said that, and given reassurances to the financial institutions, whether present at UDI board meetings or UDI panel discussions, or whether present at executive roundtable discussions or meetings, the Minister has given assurance that rent control or vacancy control will not be utilized en masse measure because it would be a deterrent, referencing the 2018 rental report as guidance as to why that will not be utilized. The Minister has indicated that the SROs are unique because we don't want any more of them. We want more purpose-built rental rather than SROs. So could the Minister describe then, if these SROs then were transformed or redeveloped, as my earlier question indicated, into purpose-built rentals, would the Minister see that as a success or as a negative?
Minister?
Thank you. It's hard to presuppose what would happen, and so that's what I was saying. I didn't want to get into hypotheticals, but I had said to the member that I suppose that somebody could, and they would have to follow the rules. City of Vancouver has specific rules around what can be built if that were to happen. And so the answer is the same now than it was about 45 minutes ago.
Member?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And through you to the Minister, my question was actually whether or not, if a SRO was redeveloped as a purpose-built rental, whether that would be seen as a success. So my question was actually very different than the one earlier. It was actually to actually see what the minister would feel about that redevelopment.
Minister.
I think creating housing opportunities for people, increasing housing supply is a good thing. Again, I don't want to suppose what would happen. And the reason why is that City of Vancouver has clear rules on what can be redeveloped and what needs to come in place if there is a redevelopment. And so because of the uniqueness of City of Vancouver's rules, a developer could redevelop that, but it would have to come within a specific requirement of what the City of Vancouver deems by their zoning as applicable.
Member.
Yeah, as the minister knows, I'm very aware of what zoning allows or doesn't allow. I'm very aware of how to work within those zoning bylaws and laws that are given. I'm actually asking in the most gentle way possible, because I guess my fear would be that the zoning bylaw might actually allow for, let's say, a different hotel. SROs are often built in hotel zones that allow a hotel to be redeveloped. I'm actually asking about purpose-built rental because I think it is seen as such a huge need within our community to give it the most gentle redevelopment possible. So if the minister does require me to look up exactly what the zoning of an SRO is and what could be redeveloped, I'm more than willing to indulge him in that. I would just take a couple of minutes. But I'm asking, what would the minister see as a successful redevelopment on an SRO site?
Minister.
I appreciate the member's question, and I think maybe we're missing each other here because I know the member knows about development and her family and herself have extensive experience in it, but the uniqueness of the City of Vancouver and what is required if that were to happen is what I'm referring to. I can share with the member Section 4 from the City of Vancouver I can read the record. A person must not obtain any permit for which person has applied under the city bylaw in connection to conversion or demolition of a designated room. B, attempt to convert or demolish a designated room. C, convert or demolish a designated room unless the owner obtains a conversion or demolition permit. And with that, there's a requirement, I believe it's 1-to-1. Here it is. A permit will result in it says, building, if the work approved by the permit will result in the loss of no more than 3 designated rooms in the building. And so I guess that's just a little bit vague, but there's specific requirements of what must be built. If one unit comes down, there's a requirement for what must come in place. That was something that the community fought really hard to have a policy in place. And so that's what I'm referring to. So if a unit, if it were to be redeveloped, there's policies in place for those affordable units to be built as a requirement of any redevelopment.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So let's say, and I believe that what was just read to me was actually renovation requirements of SROs. But let's presuppose, let's continue with that thought and say that a building, an SRO, let's call it 100 because that's a nice easy number, 100 affordable units and affordable meeting the criteria, not of 361 because I don't believe it's the shelter rate, I believe it's just an affordable requirement. If an affordable building, let's call it 200 units, was then put up, would those, with 100 of those being affordable, 100 of them not being affordable, would the minister see that as a success?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for taking a little longer. I was trying to pull the exact policy up from the City of Vancouver site, but I believe it's a one-to-one policy. So one unit comes down at an affordable rate. It has to be, the new project has to have it. And so we do see some redevelopment in the downtown east side with those parameters. And if there's new housing opportunities that could come online, it's not the worst case scenario. You could have some new units that will replace the ones that were there and creates additional housing opportunities for people. That could happen. It is a possibility. And in fact, we've seen some projects, not very many, but we've seen some come through that way.
Member.
So this law allows for vacancy control to be put in place for 3,600 of the SROs. The minister has acknowledged that those units could fall into disrepair that would be addressed by the City of Vancouver, either through fines or through different orders, but that those could fall into disrepair. Then they could be redeveloped. And as long as they met the one-to-one standard, those SROs could be redeveloped into micro suites of 300 square feet or less that met an affordable threshold of one-to-one unit that was created. So these would be brand spanking new SRO units rather than the units that were condemned. Those units could also be accompanied by, let's say, an additional, let's double the number and say another, double the number of units at a full market rent. Purpose-built rental building in its entirety, one-to-one replacement on the SROs at an affordable rate, which is deemed at 30% of the income, and the CMHC affordability threshold is very well set. Could the minister tell us what that affordability threshold would be for those SROs?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to correct one thing. The member said these buildings could fall into disrepair, and what I'm saying is that these buildings are in disrepair. They're not in good condition. So this is not a policy change that could make them into disrepair. They're in bad condition right now. And I can't get into the hypothetical because the member is talking about City of Vancouver's policies, which I don't have in front of me. And so because I don't have the City of Vancouver's policies in front of me, it's hard to have a discussion about what could get built there, what couldn't get built there, what kind of affordability would be there. And so we're spinning our wheels a little bit.
Member.
Thank you, and I will just echo the minister's words rather than make my own assumptions. So let's say these SROs are in disrepair. This policy could take them further into disrepair by not having the necessary funds to actually have these buildings be maintained or replaced. I did pull up the SRO conversion or demolition. So it is a one-to-one basis. It is a 300 square foot or less square foot unit that could be used as replacement. And the affordability threshold would be well over $1,000 per unit. So what is to stop the redevelopment of these SROs? Or is that the intention of the minister when he says that he's going to, limit the number of SROs and basically, have a phasing out of SROs?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Whether I think it's a good redevelopment or not, it doesn't matter, because this is a decision the City of Vancouver has to make. Proposals go to them. They have their policies in place. They have asked us to take this step because they acknowledge that it's an important measure that needs to be put in place. But when a redevelopment is proposed, it will go to council, and council will have to make decisions according to their policy.
Member.
I don't really like that deflect, but here's why. You know, this minister stands up and time again wants to celebrate the measures that have been put in place, and I would call them chaotic measures, a chaotic suite of housing measures that we don't have eyes on in terms of all that it will yield. But it's part of a grand plan to fix housing in British Columbia. But this grand plan now suddenly is being deflected back to the City of Vancouver, and it's up to them. Well, the minister has already put the City of Vancouver on the list of not meeting its housing needs assessment. The minister has already put a law in place that allows a provincial authority to come into the City of Vancouver to take over all of the zoning and all of the approval process, which would actually not have this SRO redevelopment go in front of anyone other than the provincial authority that would be in charge. And what I'm cautioning us all here today is that this measure is so short-term and so stopgap that and truly short-sighted in that what could result is actually a displacement of the very people that we are trying to house and to accommodate and to protect. And without hesitation, we are putting into place a law that could actually have a very real unintended consequence for the rest of British Columbia while not doing what it is trying to do, which is to protect the vulnerable people that are living in these units right now. And without even attempting to increase the standard of living, without even attempting to try and invest in making these living situations better. And by the minister's own admission, saying that these are not in I think the exact words were they are in a state of disrepair. To say then that redevelopment, and I actually looked up the CMHC affordable housing threshold. So all that one of these building owners would need to do, and I'm looking up at actually CMHC's East Hastings rental rate right now. Average rents are $1,719. Median rent is $1,600. All that they would have to do is release these 1-for-1 units at 30% less than that $1,600. We're looking at the new rental rate for these 300 square foot units at $1,200 a month. I don't declare that a success because we need units that are actually available at far less than that, at shelter rates, but that they are not living in the conditions that we are subjugating them to today. And so I'll ask I guess maybe my final question, unless it is my final question. I'm looking at the time. Oh, dear God. So my final question is this. If the minister won't answer a specific about redeveloping of any of the SROs within the downtown east side, will the minister just say, what is success? What does a measure of success look like? And before the minister answers, I will turn it over to my colleague just to piggyback
honorable
anything.
members, it being 6:10 p.m. Pursuant to the time allocation.
6:15, isn't it? 6:15.
It's 6:10.
What?
Motion paper, if at 6:10 p.m. is still being considered at the committee stage, the chair shall forthwith put any remaining question to complete the consideration of the bill without further amendment or debate, which shall be deemed passed and which shall not be subject to formal division call. So, honorable members, it being 6:10 p.m. pursuant to the time allocation order adopted by the House yesterday, the committee will now proceed to finalize clause-by-clause consideration of Bill 27, Municipalities Enabling and Validating Number 5 Amendment Act 2024. In accordance with the time allocation order, I will now put the question on all remaining clauses of the bill. members, a division on the remaining clauses and the title cannot be called. In accordance with practice recommendation 1, members may request to indicate passage on division. With that, we will proceed. Shall clause 3 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 4 pass? So ordered. Shall the title pass? So ordered. Now, I ask the minister to please move the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
Thank you, Minister. You've heard the question. Those in favour? Aye. Any opposed? Motion's carried. This committee is adjourned. We'll come back after report to start the next committee. Good afternoon, members. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill. We are on, the Name Amendment Act, Bill number 26, 2024 to order. And we will start off with shall clause 1 pass? Oh. Okay, Minister.
Thank you. I just wanted to introduce the staff who will be assisting me in answering the questions today. Catherine Thiessen-Whale, the Executive Director for Legislation in the Ministry of Health, and Martin Wright, the Assistant Deputy Minister responsible for the Vital Statistics Agency. And they're to my left and to my right.
Okay. Recognizing the member for Prince George Valmont.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister and his staff that are, we're going to spend some time this evening in a session where this bill was introduced just 2 days ago, and we are now in an extended session going past the normal sitting time. And so, from my perspective, the benefit for me with this bill, unlike my colleagues with the previous bill, is that we are generally in favor of this bill. So the time pressure seems less significant, but there is time pressure nonetheless. Maybe we'll just remind people the point of the bill we're talking about. We're in the committee stage where we get to ask questions about the content of the bill, and the bill is called the Name Amendment Act, and it may not seem like a substantive piece of legislation. Certainly from the number of sections it isn't, but it has a great deal of substance. It relates to offenders actually being deemed unable to change their name. So we had some good, I think, comment about that during second reading. I'd like to start, and the Minister is always really good. We've spent a lot of time in various debates with one another. I'm wondering if I could, under Clause 1, in essence, just ask a couple of general questions about this type of legislation across the country, and we will get into the specifics of this. The Minister has, made a decision and tabled a bill that actually goes further than a private member's bill, and I support that. And I've said that to the Minister both in briefing and in the Legislature. But I'm wondering, could the Minister tell me? And in particular with relation to the criminal record check, I don't want to talk about the record check itself, we'll get to that when we get to that section, but how do these requirements compare with name change procedures and a criminal record check in other jurisdictions across the country?
Minister.
Thank you very much. Essentially, this allows us to catch up with some other jurisdictions in the country. Here in BC, you have to get a criminal records check done. The criminal records check goes to the police agency, which updates the criminal record. So an individual has a criminal record, they've changed their name. That's not a way to avoid your criminal record. The police update it, and you have to get your name changed with the Vital Statistics Agency. You have to say that you've done that and show essentially the receipt for having done that. But we didn't get access to the criminal check information, we meaning the Ministry of Health, Vital Statistics Agency, the agency responsible for it. So it was ensured that the criminal record was dealt with, but it didn't provide that information back. And that's why in this legislation, we're ensuring that the agency responsible for the Name Act gets access to that. And the reason you want that is to be able to essentially enforce the legislation. So if someone comes up and they says, there, we get access to that, we see that the person has a criminal record for prescribed offense under the Act, and we'll get into that discussion in a little bit, then we can take action. So essentially this change allows us to do what other jurisdictions have already done, notably Saskatchewan and Alberta and others, which is to ensure that the criminal record check is done. It's done here already. Fingerprinting is done here already, but that the Vital Statistics Agency has access to that. Obviously, only for the purposes of this. This is obviously confidential and private information of people, but for the purposes of the NAME Act, we now have access, as other jurisdictions do, which enforce similar provisions to this.
Member.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I appreciate the answer from the Minister, and I think one of the things that in the period of time after the Minister made me aware of the bill being introduced, I did look at what had been done in Saskatchewan, Alberta. I understand Manitoba may well be considering similar legislation almost as we speak. I don't know how much it aligns with the work that's being done here. But what I was concerned about was one of the statements by the Minister of, I believe it was Alberta, and I referenced this in my second reading comments. He made the point that this is a Canadian issue, and so his worry at the time was that Alberta and Saskatchewan had taken steps, but other jurisdictions had not. And that would not preclude a person from British Columbia going to Alberta and changing their name. Well, they wouldn't be able. He was very concerned about the pan-Canadian approach to this. So could the Minister just validate for me or his staff, if indeed that is the case, if someone could, now that we're going to deal with it in BC, but had we not, could a person from British Columbia have gone to Ontario and applied for a name change? Could the Minister just speak to the pan-Canadian issue that this may be?
Minister.
So you do have to establish residency. So it's not a question of going to another province and changing your name and coming back or something. You have to establish residency, and that's 3 months. But I think I would be hopeful that other jurisdictions and the other jurisdictions would follow, notably the province of Ontario, because it's the biggest province, right, would follow now what BC has done. It may be that Alberta will want to follow the additional changes we've made here, and Saskatchewan. We think Manitoba soon, and Ontario have done that. Would be, and Newfoundland has already done this as well. And one other jurisdiction, which is Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland, and Manitoba is proceeding it. So that's 4. We're 5, and if all of the jurisdictions in Canada act in this way, then that would be a good, consistent law. And I would hope and certainly be encouraging my fellow health ministers or the minister responsible, maybe someone else in another jurisdiction, to take exactly this action, because I think a national standard and having all the provinces act would be a good thing. They may be slightly different, and they may take a slightly different view on the issue of not guilty by reason of mental disorder than we do. But I would hope that in general, all the provinces in Canada will follow this path. And that would be the best, I think, for Canadians, for public safety, for families, and for everyone involved.
Member?
Thank you, and the Minister has anticipated where I was actually going to go, because when I read the commentary and the documents that were published in other jurisdictions, one of the things Minister said was that Minister of the day said, because I think it was in 2020, as early as 2020 in Saskatchewan and 2020 and 2021 in Alberta, that something in that time frame, one of the things that they really wanted to do was advocate for there to be a pan-Canadian approach to this. So and I would agree with the minister, when you have to establish residency, it's not a matter of, driving to another province and getting your name changed. But on the other hand, there is a principle behind this, which I think is why, the government and the minister have chosen to proceed in this way, and that is to protect victims, to protect the people who have been harmed. And so my question was going to be, would the minister then advocate at the pan-Canadian tables that he's a part of to ensure that we have at least if it's not identical, but a fairly consistent approach to making sure people are not in a position to be able to do that?
Minister,
Yes, I would, and yes, I will.
shall clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 2 pass? Oh, recognizing the member for Prince George Valmont on clause 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And obviously, this is there are very substantive sections in clause 2 because this is, and I very much appreciated the briefing that I received. As I understand it, this is the section that will replace the previous section. And this is where the substantive change takes place. First of all, can the minister just confirm that's the case?
Minister.
So clause 2 is the key section of the bill, and should have other members, I know some other members may wish to participate. A lot of the questions will be on this, but we're flexible on these questions. But this is the key section. It's a new clause 4.1 that creates the prohibition against legal changes under the specific circumstances. So in some ways, this is the key clause of the bill, although the others are important.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to just ask a question about sub 1. And the minister, and certainly having sat in the minister's chair and dealt with legislation for many years myself, there is always a debate about the use of the word may versus must, can, should, will, for example. So when we look at sub 1, it says a person may not change the person's name. Was there any thought given to just the use of the word may? We know that in lots of legislation it's may, must, can, should, whatever it happens to be. So does the minister believe that this clearly says they will not, a person will not, cannot, the word may is just, it feels at times like it is not definitive enough. So could the minister just address the choice of the use of the word may?
Minister.
The purpose, the intent, these are drafting choices, and we've had some of these discussions on other bill. This means you can't change your name. That's what it means.
Member.
Thank you. So in 4.1 sub 1A, this is really, I think, where there is probably the most significant number of questions, because again, as I would describe this as an enabling bill, and that in essence there will eventually be a list of prescribed offenses. And I certainly remember the dilemma when you try to put a list in legislation, always challenging, because you either leave some out, you put some in you don't intend to, and then you have to come back into the legislature to make those adjustments. So I understand that this will be done by regulation. Having said that, I'm very interested, and I know the minister, in announcing that he was moving forward with this bill, did speak to a couple of, or 2 or 3 potential offenses that would be prescribed in regulation. I'm wondering, though, if the minister has a more fulsome list that relates to the prescribed offenses. And well, let's start with that. Is there a more fulsome list of what might be captured in regulation?
Minister.
Oh, yeah. If we look at for C and D, which describe two of the prohibitions for dangerous offenders and long-term offenders, those include a series of offenses, such as murder, such as sexual assault, that are included in those. So those are included in those part. In addition, other jurisdictions that have prescribed offenses have included, for example, Alberta and Saskatchewan, offenses additional to that. And so those are there already there. And some of the ones that have been prescribed additionally in Alberta and Saskatchewan, will absolutely, the following list will absolutely be prescribed here: sexual exploitation of a person with a disability, incest, bestiality, compelling the commission of bestiality, removal of a child from Canada. And some that are sometimes defined as secondary offenses, including voyeurism, indecent acts, trespassing at night, murder, manslaughter, criminal harassment, kidnapping, abduction of a person under the age of 16, abduction of a person under the age of 14, extortion. And so that's what they've done. And the reason we're doing regulation is we want to look at all of them to see if they're, in addition to what is already captured under C and D, in addition to this list from Alberta and Saskatchewan, are there other offenses that we should also prescribe? And so we're going to do the full review of that in the next month or so, publish that, and those will be the prescribed offenses. So that's the process. So what you're going to see in the legislation is all the things you would expect to see already there, and then prescribed offenses that may not be captured there that we're going to add as well. And to ensure that it's a comprehensive list. So we will be informed by Alberta and Saskatchewan, but not limited by Alberta and Saskatchewan, because we think there are a lot of offenses, different offenses under the criminal code to meet different circumstances. You commit an act with explosives that has a specific sense. Those are captured. Then we've got to look at what Alberta and Saskatchewan does, and then we've got to look at the full list of offenses to make sure, and that will be in consultation with the people at the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General in particular, because obviously they're more expert in these areas than the Ministry of Health is, just in a general sense. And we'll do that work, and then we'll publish the full list of prescribed offenses. So that's the way the legislation will work. And then, of course, that also gives us the capacity to do that without calling the legislature back just to add a prescribed offense.
Member.
Thank you to the minister, and that is the utility of regulation. It is also more challenging because, in essence, it doesn't see the light of day before, from a public scrutiny perspective more broadly. But in this case, I certainly understand the need to, first of all, move quickly, and I appreciate the fact that it is basically a cumulative list when you look at what we're going to discuss in C and D. I'm wondering, the minister said that, there would be work done and there would be conversations with the Ministry of Public Safety, which of course makes perfectly good sense. Are there other organizations, agencies, people, or is there anyone else that the minister intends to or feels it's necessary to consult with as the regulations are being prepared?
Minister.
There may be people who have opinions, but primarily, in addition to that, the RCMP itself and policing agencies. There are partners in this process already. Every name change goes through them, so they can update the National Criminal Records Registry, so they would be our partners in this as well. That would be the primary groups that would do that. Others may have or seek to be heard on this question, and I wouldn't exclude that. But what I would expect to see is all the offenses captured already by C&D in the legislation, plus prescribed offenses. We may choose to even prescribe some of those. And then I think the ones in Alberta and Saskatchewan already seem reasonable to me, and we would go forward with those. And then we need to look at all the others and get counsel and advice. And it may be that as we add to it, that will affect the regulatory decisions in those other jurisdictions as well. We want to take a fresh look. I don't want an offense that that I think would be appropriate to these circumstances, not to be captured by the legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, first of all, I'm very glad to hear we're talking to law enforcement. That makes eminently good sense. And, you know, they're the people who are going to have to work through this as well. And I think that there is so much, it is very compelling to think about a more pan-Canadian approach to this. So, you know, I mean, offenses happen in every jurisdiction in our country, you know, sadly and horribly. And I would imagine that the minister probably has a platform for this kind of discussion now because of what has happened with Mr. Schoenborn. And certainly, even as the minister introduced the bill here, it was being covered in news stories in Alberta and Saskatchewan and Manitoba because of not only where they find themselves, but the work that Manitoba is currently doing. So I'm encouraged to think that this is an opportunity for British Columbia to say, this is what we're doing. Let's look at how we do this across our country to make sure that, you know, our primary focus is on victims and families of people who have seen and experienced horrific circumstances. So I appreciate that. And I think the other thing, and I do concur that, you know, you're not going to necessarily, sorry, I didn't mean that through the chair, the minister is not necessarily going to have every offense necessarily at the beginning. So regulation by regulation allows that to be added quickly and efficiently. So I do appreciate that approach. I know that the one of the things that at least was described to me by the minister and staff that moves this piece of legislation beyond where other jurisdictions have gone is 4.1 sub 1 sub B, which is related to not being criminally responsible on account of mental disorder. And I guess, you know, I think that we know that as we look at the case that everyone is so familiar with now, is it fair to say then, or accurate to say, that with the addition of sub B, a situation like that of Alan Schoenborn would be prevented in British Columbia?
Minister.
Yes, it would. And I think, and just so that the committee understands that that has a different challenge, and it will have an administrative challenge, which we believe we can deal with simply and easily. When you do a criminal records check, you pick up criminal offenses. If someone's not guilty by reason of mental disorder, it's not in their criminal records check. In British Columbia, there are not a significant number of people who have been found guilty for not guilty by reason of mental disorder for a prescribed offense. That's not a long list, but it will require additional work by the Vital Statistics Agency as they review records. So I just wanted to put that practical challenge on the table, because with all the prescribed offenses, it's straightforward. We do a criminal records check, the offense comes up, they can't change their name. That's simple. But we feel this is something that we can practically do here in British Columbia, and we'd be greatly helped in that if other jurisdictions followed that route. But what the focus is here is ultimately not on that question of whether a person's not guilty by reason of mental disorder, but on the offense. Right? So we think of what we're focused here, if we use that case as an example, is what happened in 2008, and not what happened in 2011, right, after the proceeding went forward. And I think that's the important question here, and why we looked at that question. And our staff did really important work in weeks, because this was obviously the direction that we wanted to take. That will present some challenges for the Vital Statistics Agency. They're up to those challenges, I think. And I think it's just an important additional part of the Act. But you see the technical challenge of someone, if that criminal offense or the not guilty reason of mental disorder means that they don't have a criminal record for that offense. However, we feel that that's not a huge class of people, and we'll be able to implement for the purposes of the NAME Act, that provision. But we felt that it should apply in that case. And I think in general, I heard members of the House, when they spoke, agreed with that, including the Leader of the Opposition who spoke to it and others, and the member for Prince George Vailmont. I think it's the right decision. And it puts the focus on the act that committed, which of course is felt no different by those who are either directly the victim and survive, but the subject of offense, or alternatively family members in the community. It's the act committed that leads to such distress. And I know that talking to the member, for example, for Fraser Nicholas, she certainly, in that case, expressed that to me.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to be sure then, and I actually appreciate that clarity, because I hadn't actually made the connection between, the being not criminally responsible because of a mental disorder and how you actually capture that. And so the minister has assured me that there is a way to do that. Is it a matter of adding additional checks? What is the practical way that when a person has that circumstance, not captured on a criminal record, has Vital Statistics looked at that and said, we have a way to make sure we know when that is the case?
Minister.
Yeah, I think we have, and that will be part of the implementation of the legislation to ensure that that's the case. I think one of the but it is, and just to be clear, what would happen, people would understand that they're not eligible for name change. So what we have to do is put in measures in case people decide to attempt to do so in spite of the fact that they know it's against, that it's not allowed. And so we have to have provisions to do that, and we're confident the Vital Statistics Agency will be able to do that, and they're working on that part of it now. But it's slightly, it's a different sort of administrative challenge than the prescribed offenses for which people are found guilty, because those are subject to the criminal record check.
Member.
Thank you. Well, I will look forward to having a better understanding in the future about how that will be done from a technical perspective. Could the minister just again, and he referenced it, and I certainly understand it. The language, however, is, legislative language is never like straightforward. But could the minister just reflect again for me on the part of 4.1 sub 1 sub B that actually talks about the act or omission that formed the basis of the offense charged was an offense to which paragraph A of this subsection applies. So I assume that is the conversation the minister just had with me about the focus being on the offense itself. So could the minister just walk through that for me and confirm that I have described that accurately?
Minister.
Thank you. So those will be the same offenses that are designated. If you're not guilty for a reason of mental disorder for those offenses, it will absolutely apply. That's the intent, and that's what the bill's been drafted to do.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I could the minister, just for the record, because the bill is explicit in 4.1 sub 1 sub C and then sub D, obviously the definitions related to dangerous offender and long-term offender are aligned with the criminal code. One would expect that to be the case. But could the minister just broadly describe the difference between the two, or the characteristics of the two types of offenders? In sub C, it's dangerous. In sub D, it's long-term offender. Are there overlapping characteristics? So perhaps just a general description of what the two offenders are defined as under the criminal code.
Minister.
So, I'm really benefiting from the fact that Catherine has better handwriting than I do. Here, I must say, I may say fairly that, so on dangerous offender, what does it indicate? And just so the member will know that in 2020, there were 874 people in Canada that have that designation. 85% of whom were in custody and 15% were in conditional release. So that's a little of just the background. What does it mean? It's the assessment of dangerousness focuses on the future safety of the public. They focus on decisions whether the person can be released on bail or needs to be remanded in police custody, decision relating to their confinement, decisions about their suitability to be released. The purpose is to detain offenders deemed too dangerous to be released into society because of their violent tendencies, but their sentences would not necessarily keep them incarcerated under other legislation. There is a reverse onus in the law. An offender found guilty of a third conviction of a designated violent or sexual offense must prove that they do not qualify as a dangerous offender. So that's the dangerous offender. In terms of the long-term offender, it's a reflection and opinion of the court that a sex offender who, while exhibiting a substantial risk, could be effectively controlled in the community after a period of incarceration lasting 2 years or more. So it's not as at the level of a dangerous offender, but it's significant. It targets those offenders who have a high likelihood of committing further sexual assaults but do not meet the criteria for designation as a dangerous offender. The designation is premised on the assessment of risk of reoffending that indicates that the offender may be managed in the community with appropriate focused supervision and intervention, including sex offender treatment. A maximum of 10 years of supervision can be imposed. Now, this is the federal criminal code, this isn't us, but we're using that as a basis for saying that people in those categories automatically are not eligible for a legal name change.
Member.
Thank you very much, and good evening, Madam Chair. The explanation I received, which was very helpful, but I think it would be important to have it on the record, is related to 4.1 sub 2, and that is where it includes the for certainty piece. And how does that enhance the clarity or enforceability of the law? We know that legal language needs to be precise and certainly unambiguous. So could the minister describe for me what the for certainty subsection intends to do?
It's to provide certainty that an individuals that are found dangerous or long-term offenders in relation to any offense, not just those prescribed under the NAME Act. So this is in addition to those. If you're designated in such a way they can't change their names. So we're saying these are the prescribed offenses. In addition to that, if you're guilty of something that's not, for whatever reason, a prescribed offense, but you are in these two categories, you can't change your name.
Member.
So it's to add additional clarity to say that there are prescribed offenses, there are dangerous and long-term offenders, but if for some reason you are captured under one of those designations, prescribed or not, for certainty, you cannot change your name. Is that correct?
Minister.
That's exactly right. We didn't want someone who's found to be dangerous or a long-term offender in those categories, who for some reason didn't offend in that way, to somehow escape the provision because their offense wasn't prescribed. They've been designated that way, and that means they can't change their name.
Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask, when it comes to, so we'll finish, and then I want this sub 3, because this is an important also for us to clarify the where a young offender may be impacted. And as I understand it, if a young offender is sentenced as an adult and fits in the categories that have been listed that we've been discussing, they would not be excluded from a name change. Is that correct?
Minister.
So the purpose of this is to achieve the result that we described, and it'll also be dealt with in some other sections of the bill later on. What this says is that if you're a youth under the youth, this doesn't apply to you under the Young Offenders Act. But it means that if you're not charged, if you're sentenced as an adult, it applies to you.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm interested in the timing because I did appreciate the fact that yesterday the Premier did talk about this legislation as time sensitive, and I agree with that. So we obviously, need, and it will be passed in a timely way because whether we like it or not, it will be end today. But I'm wondering if the minister could give me some sense of the timing. He's referenced it a couple of times in terms of months, certainly not years or, So what is the timeline for drafting the regulation that we're talking about for prescribed offenses? Any other regulation that needs to be drafted? Does the minister have a work plan and a timeline?
Minister.
Yes, we do. I think we're looking at the next 2 months maximum. It's my expectation. The member will know that we're entering into an electoral period in August, September, October, essentially. So it's my expectation and my strong wish, and we're going to complete it in that time, that this will be dealt with by the Cabinet, as me as Minister of Health bringing it forward in the next, essentially the next 2 months. I think probably the final possible session would be the third week in July. So that's kind of our time frame to do all that work, make sure we have all the prescribed offenses and put them in place.
Member.
So this brings me to a question, and I know we have other sections where we're going to talk about, the process for criminal record checks, et cetera. But so I guess the difficult part is that I think we're obviously taking a step in the right direction. The concern continues to be related to, and we are candid about this. There is a catalyst for this bill, and while it's, there been other name changes. Certainly, I think the public reaction and governments, quickly moving to deal with this, says how people feel about this. Are there any circumstances? So first of all, are there people now in the name change process who've made application, because I don't think they're done instantly. So what do we do about people who may well have applied now? And the next 2 months, we're going to get all the regulations in place. So is there a process to deal with people who may actually be in the middle of the process at the moment?
Minister.
So, first of all, anybody who applies now, or say they heard about the bill coming forward, will be captured, because the process takes approximately 21 weeks, and so they'll be captured in that. If someone's in the process now, that is something we're looking at. I mean, it is conceivable that someone would have applied some period ago, and there may be other actions we can take to deal with that, but these are changes we're making now, and really no one who has knowledge of these changes can rush forward and get their names changed, basically. So in that sense, we're in good position to deal with everything. And then once the bill is brought into force, Vital Statistics Agency has access to the criminal records check, then that's pretty straightforward and clear. And that anybody who might be following this and thinking they can go forward with a name act change now, it won't work. You won't get your name changed. The law will apply, assuming that it's, of course, passed by the legislature in the next couple of days, but with the support that we have, I think that will be the case.
Member.
Well, thank you. And that was precisely the concern that I do have, is that not the ones that are, contemplating it for 21 weeks from now. My worry is, what if they're at 19 or 18 or 17? And I think it's really important that that there is a way to determine whether or not if there are people in that circumstance, what would we do about that? And, in the worst case scenario, if a name change were to proceed, and I'm not being critical, I'm simply saying when you look at timelines, we have to figure out where people are in this process. I mean, the other thing I would assume is that if that name change were to proceed, despite the fact neither one of us or our teams want that to happen, that there would be public notification of some sort. I know that the certificate, for example, of name change for Alan Schoenborn was issued, given under my hand on the 13th day of May 2024. So all I want to do is ensure we know who's where in the process, with the intent to make sure that we do not, wherever possible, we preclude this from happening. So maybe the minister could just speak to that.
Minister.
That would be certainly the intent. In this case, the name change occurred in 2021, I believe. And then as the Registrar General shared name change consistent with the Act with the family this week upon their request on Monday. And I'm very glad that they did that. And so the Registrar General does have some options in terms of the publication of names, but we want to move quickly on this so it's in place, so we're not dealing with that process. And certainly everyone from this point on who wants to change their name will be captured by this. And that's where we are now.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know I already know the answer to this, but I feel compelled to ask it. Retroactivity is not a possibility or a consideration when we know how devastating the ability to have a name changed is for families. But I guess I just wanted to ask that question on the record and hear the minister's response.
Minister.
I mean, there's a long answer to this question about retroactivity, but really the answer is no. That was the law when that happened. And so that said, I just say, you know, in this case, in the case of Mr. Schoenborn and others, these moments are very difficult moments. The annual hearings for the BC Review Board. And so it's certainly my strong wish, and it's why we wanted, of course, the family wanted the name, and the Registrar General followed the act and gave them the name. But all of that is hard. Introducing this legislation is hard. The name comes up. You know this. I mentioned this in the House, I think, in closing debate. Family members on both my wife and my side have been murdered. And every time there's an anniversary, because they are quite well-known events in both cases, it's hard. The grief never ends. So we don't want repeated issues around these issues. And I just want to say to all the family members that I think you saw a number of cases referred to that are high-profile cases and involve, but I think all family members who's have, for example, lost loved ones or loved ones have suffered serious injury. These are hard issues, and while they tend to be often are great advocates for their family members and advocates for reform, advocates to make sure it doesn't happen again, it's hard every time. And I want the member to know, the House to know that that was a consideration, but I think the family is strongly supportive of the action we took. But it's still a consideration every time these issues are raised. Every hearing, every event is a painful event.
Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3 pass? Member.
Thank you, and appreciate the minister's words. It's unimaginable, I think, for people who have not ever experienced that to think about what it would be like. And, you know, I am grateful for people who support families and speak up and advocate. And it's inspiring to see how people who've gone through horrible, heartbreaking circumstances use that as their strength. We had people in the legislature this week in that circumstance, you know, who lost a child because of air quality. And so they're, you know, here. And my colleagues spoke so eloquently and introduced a private member's bill, and none of us are not moved by that, that in the depth of your grief, you know, you want to make a difference. And I think that is unbelievably inspiring. I'm very grateful to my colleague. That day was very emotional for all of us, for that family, and every legislator understands the importance of trying to improve after, you know, the situation after going through horrible and unthinkable grief. I wanted to talk about, obviously, Clause 3 is about criminal record checks, and I do have some questions about, in essence, the type of criminal record checks. And so while there is a requirement in the Act for a criminal record check, there's no definition of the criminal record check and no reference to the Criminal Records Review Act. So what type of criminal record check is required under the new clause? Is it a name-based criminal record check or a certified criminal record check?
Minister.
So all these criminal records checks will be through the RCMP. And so the purpose here is for us to receive the results of those from the RCMP. There really isn't another kind of criminal records check here. That is, by the way, the case now. You have to do it, but now, prior to this, you only had to show your receipt of payment for such a criminal records check to make sure that your criminal record was updated with the new name. That's the present structure. And now, that will happen, and the agency, the Vital Statistics Agency, will get a copy of it. So I'm not quite sure about certified or not, but there's really only one place to get a criminal records check done, and that's through the police process.
Member.
Well, thank you very much. My concern around that, the type of record check, and I understand, the requirement and the connection now to the Registrar General when it comes to the information. But one of the things, and I'm certainly not an expert, but I have been the Solicitor General, and one of the things that we know is that name-based checks do have weaknesses, right? When you're looking at a name-based criminal records check, sometimes people end up because of spelling, because of all of those kinds of things, that there are, and actually the RCMP would tell you when they talk about criminal records checks that name-based checks have weaknesses in verifying a person's identity due to some last names being the same, differences in spelling, uses of nicknames. So how will the registrar be equipped to ensure those weaknesses are addressed?
Minister.
There's also a fingerprint requirement here with the RCMP, so it's not just all of that, although all of that is necessary, but there's also in the present process and future fingerprint requirements. So it's the RCMP that does this very well. But that's part of the process. So it's not just issues of different names or slightly different names that's involved. And of course, everyone here, often people do seek name changes to clarify different names on different documents at different times, right? That's part of the reasons they do it. But in this case, it's criminal records check and there's fingerprinting.
Member.
Has there been any consideration about what happens if a person receives a pardon?
Minister.
First of all, I think in a general sense, the pardon is for lesser offenses than these. But it's our view that you still wouldn't be able to change your name. It's connected to the offense.
Member.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity, and I certainly know I certainly understand the degree of what is required to get a pardon, but you just want to cover every base here to make sure that we create legislation that it's as effective as possible. In the criminal record check section 6.1 sub 1, there are a variety of ways to get the Registrar General where you actually get a record check. There's actually two streams. You can either the person or the Registrar General can require there are two streams to get your criminal records check. One is by the person, or two by the Registrar General. So what criteria would the Registrar General use to determine which of the options should be required for a person applying for a name change? How would it be determined which one is required?
Minister.
So people get them themselves, but this allows the option if for whatever reason a person couldn't do it themselves for the Registrar General to be able to do it effectively for them.
Member.
See, that was a very clunky question for a pretty straightforward answer, I would say.
It's usually the reverse.
No, I think we both have our moments on that front. Is there, to the minister, is there a circumstance where the Registrar General would not verify the results of a criminal record check?
Minister.
No.
Member.
Thank you to the minister. So if we look at 6.1 sub 2 sub B, what specific regulations, if any, govern the requirements that are noted in sub B?
Minister.
So what we're doing here is allowing ourselves the ability to make regulations. We're not certain that we need to do so, and this is comes up as the regulation authority in Section 6 of the bill. So what we're allowing ourselves is the ability, if we need to, really for mostly for, I think, reasons of efficiency in the process. We feel we need additional regulations. We're giving ourselves the capacity to do that, and then to act in accordance with those regulations.
Member.
Moving on to subsection 2 sub C, are there thresholds or standards? I mean, the description is the requirements must be met to the satisfaction of the Registrar General. Are there standards or benchmarks that have to be met in order to meet the test of the registrar being satisfied?
Minister.
So the provisions here are threefold under subsection 2. Here, they're within 30 days. That means you got to get the check, criminal record check, and then apply. You can't do it 9 months from now. That's the purpose of that. We talked about number B, and number C says that if there's any ambiguity here, then the Registrar General can say no, right? It gives them the capacity to say if there's any ambiguity about whether there's a problem with the criminal record check, the Registrar General has the ability to say no, and that's what the satisfaction here means.
Member.
Just the sub 6.1 sub 2 sub A does note the 30-day specified 30-day period. So what are the consequences if if that is not met, I'm assuming it just does not proceed?
Minister.
That's right, exactly. That's, when you're going through this process, you've got to get your paperwork done. It's a absolutely, in some ways, life-changing process, but people take it very seriously. But if you're getting a criminal records check, then that 30-day applies, and if you don't make that, then it doesn't go through.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question related to, does the Registrar General have the ability, or under what circumstances would the Registrar General consider waiving a criminal record check, or is that simply not permitted?
Minister.
Not permitted.
Member.
One of the concerns that I do have, we hear frequently, I can imagine these would be fairly high priority when it comes to a criminal record check, but we do know that there have been challenges with wait times and overall processing, the ability and capacity for getting a criminal record check if you're part of the general public. Does the minister anticipate that this will add any additional impacts to wait times or processing? Has that been a discussion with the RCMP to ensure that this is manageable in a reasonable amount of time?
Minister.
So if there is not a criminal record, it may, and we're going to work very hard for this not to be the case, add a week to the processing process. It may. We don't necessarily think it will, but it could. If there is a criminal record, because then it has to be transferred and work, it's going to add some time. We think up to 120 days if there's a criminal record involved in the name change. In other words, if the criminal record check comes back that you have a criminal record, the process of going over that at the Vital Statistics Agency will add time to the processing of that name act record for the person who has a criminal record but not for a prescribed offense. In the case of a prescribed offense, it's very straightforward.
Shall Clause 3 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 4 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 5 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 6 pass?
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe, if I paid attention in the briefing appropriately, that this might be the part where we talked about the young offenders, or at least a different circumstance. So could the minister provide an example of what a different circumstance may be under in this particular section?
Minister.
So what this does, we had this discussion, I think the member was supportive of this previously. So the young offenders charged and sentenced as adults can't change their names. This provision allows us in the future to consider young offenders charged as young offenders to make regulations for certain prescribed offenses that they would also have this apply to them. We don't intend to do that now. This is for young offenders charged as adults, but this gives us the regulation authority, making authority, if that is seen as required in future governments, to be able to do that. And that's the purpose of this provision. With respect to people charged under the Young Offenders Act, not as adults.
Member.
So not intended at the moment, but this is the regulatory, regulation-making authority being provided in advance so that in the event that there were consideration for a young offender charged as a young offender, that the government of the day, the minister of the day, could then consider future regulation?
Minister.
That's exactly right. That we took the view in this legislation that young offenders sentenced as adults shouldn't be able to change their names. For the moment, take the view that young offenders sentenced as young offenders, that should not apply to them. But in our review of these matters, that might change, and this allows us to address that issue by regulation, should that be required for prescribed offenses.
Shall Clause 6 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 7 pass? On Clause 7, member.
Thank you. Could the minister describe for me what Section 7, this relates to not changing a child's name. And I know it was described to me as it was a remote possibility, but perhaps the minister could just describe what Section 7 is intended to do related to the Adoption Act.
Minister.
So this is dealing with a potential loophole. Young offenders charged as an adult, sentenced as an adult, can't change their name. This is dealing with the potential that that person could be adopted and get a name change through that route. So we are dealing, you know, our teams and the ministry and the Ministry of Attorney, we're looking at, we want to apply this. Young offenders charged as adults for prescribed offenses, serious offenses. There isn't a way around that through the Adoption Act for a young offender in those circumstances, and that's why we've made this amendment to the Adoption Act. Remember, the Adoption Act applies is applying to children 18 under, right? So that circumstance could exist. It's our intent and the intent of the letter of the bill to ensure that that doesn't happen, and this just avoids that potential loophole from emerging.
Shall Clause 7 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 8, member.
Thank you. And again, I think this is just to ensure that if a person cannot change their name, their birth registration cannot be altered. Is that correct?
Yes.
So ordered. Shall Clause 9 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete without amendment.
Members, you have heard the motion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. This committee stands adjourned.